Check, check. The time is now 6:31, Tuesday, May 27th, and I will be calling this meeting to order. We will start with invocation. We'll start with Pledge of Allegiance, and then invocation will be given by 4th Ward Councilmember Connor Wood. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. You can remain standing or make reverence in the manner in which you are accustomed. I know we've got folks in our community who are grieving right now. This is a poem by Hungarian poet Hannah Shanesh. There are stars whose light reaches the earth only after they themselves have disintegrated and are no more. And there are people whose scintillating memory lights the world after they have passed from it. These lights which shine in the darkest night are those which illumine for us the path. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you will proceed with a roll call, please.
Mayor Mahoney,
Present.
Councilmember Robinson,
Present.
Vice Mayor Dancy,
Present.
Councilmember Gunn,
Present.
Councilmember Wood,
Present.
Councilmember Davis will be arriving shortly, and Councilmember Forgrave.
Present.
Right, thank you very much. Next, I'll be looking for a motion in support to adopt the agenda.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous, and then that brings us down to item number 5, presentations and proclamations. Item A, presentation on water and wastewater rate studies.
Good evening, Council. Andy Campbell, CPA and Registered Municipal Advisor with Benzinski and Company now. There we go. We worked for the city for a few years now under previous company before. My team was at a previous company for a number of years, and then we transferred in July of last year. So Erica Thalen, who is with me here, and I have put together the updated rate studies. We did this a couple years ago. And we're going to talk through water and sewer rate study updates tonight and the recommendations for rate increases. The water overview. So I'm going to please, if you have any questions, please stop me at any time. I'm happy to answer questions throughout this. But we're going to go through water and sewer, concentrating on water first here. The city is facing some inflationary expense increases in the budget, just like everybody's daily budgets and personal life. The city is not immune to that either. There are many increases that the city has experienced on the water and sewer side that we'll talk about in a second here that are outside the city's control, and just have to layer that into the budget for future rates as well. One of the other things that we look at that was planned on a couple years ago is that Consumers Energy has cut back the amount of water flow that they are using. They continue to be a big user of the system on the water side for their cooling plant. This was planned 2 years ago. They have cut back on their usage, which is affecting the revenues on the water, though, and overall how much is coming into the system to be used for expenses. One of the things that was not planned is that the city water users have scaled back their usage, which is causing an additional revenue problem. So essentially what has happened is that the city water users are using less water, thus bringing in less revenues for the system. We still have the same expenses we have to pay. Relatively speaking, if you use less water, the expenses do go down slightly, but not dollar for dollar. And that cutback in the city's water usage has caused a revenue issue overall in the water fund. could be a number of different things. We are tracking to see how this is going to change over time. This happens on systems for a number of different reasons. The best estimates that we have right now, it could be based on colder years. So when you have a colder summer, people use less water overall, and that could be one of the major factors. And then also higher efficiency appliances is the other thing that we are tracking. Just overall, that we've seen the city's usage go down over the last 10 years. Most communities in the state of Michigan have seen the same thing through people installing higher efficiency appliances, either voluntarily or just when their old appliance breaks and they install a new one, it just happens to be more high efficient, like your dishwashers and washers, clothes washers especially. The rate increases we'll talk about in a second here. We are suggesting rate increases on both the water sewer system. It is important to note that the rate increases that we are suggesting will not fix all of the issues going forward. We are trying to talk about rate increases tonight that put the fund in a good position revenue-wise and put the city back on track with some of the capital improvements, but it will not negate the need for the city staff and the city administration to look at future grants, how to schedule out the capital improvements, scaling capital improvement plans, trying to figure out if we can do economies of scale on capital improvements and group things together to get better pricing. The city staff, administration, engineering team, they continue to look at those options to make sure that we pursue all grants and earmarks available to reduce the need for future rate increases on the ratepayers. We're going to go through some of the funding. So this goes into the budgets for water. There are different funds that make up the overall water picture, and the same on the sewer side. Again, if you have any questions, please stop me, but I'm just going to go through some just overview highlights here. The budgetary pressures we're seeing on the water fund, chemicals and utilities have risen greatly in the past couple years. This is an industry-wide thing that we are seeing, chemical costs, utility costs. This is a post-pandemic kind of new normal. Those have gone up significantly in the budget. Contractual services as well. Contractors, the prices that contractors are willing to do capital improvements and construction has gone up significantly. That has an effect on the budget because we are trying to improve the system. We're trying to make sure that the capital improvements that are needed on the system are taken care of, and that affects the overall budget because we can get less done with the same amount of money. Health insurance, as a lot of people know, also continues to be a pressure as health insurance costs continue to rise above normal inflationary costs. On the equipment and replacement fund, it's important to note that on the water and sewer side, just like every other system, the city continues to look at ways to try to mitigate the impact on ratepayers and taxpayers, both in costs but also in disruption. There are grants that are tied to other funds that the city is taking advantage of, fixing those assets tied to water and sewer at the same time. So for instance, if the city gets a grant to fix a road and the water system, the water pipe running underneath the road needs to be replaced, you want to do that at the same time. You may have grant money to do the road side, but we need to have money for the water side because you don't want to dig up a brand new road 5 years from now to replace the water main. So that's stuff that the overall capital improvement plan the staff continues to monitor to make sure that we are being respectful not just of the grant dollars but also of those opportunities to make sure that we get all of that taken care of at one time and disrupt the road and the people that live on the road especially just at one point. So what that essentially means is that we need to make sure that we have adequate reserves for the water and sewer system. We can't spend it down to zero. We need to have adequate reserves so that when we get grants for whatever the asset may be, whether it's road, water, sewer, all of them or two of them, that we have the ability to take advantage of those opportunities and get the other portions of the project taken care of at the same time. We're also working at the bottom point there is to try to avoid debt as much as possible. The city is actively trying to continue to do capital improvements, continue to reinvest in the system to make sure it's operating effectively for the ratepayers. But we also don't want to just continue to issue debt every year to do that. We are trying to go after, as a city, the state revolving fund assets, which are a match program. So you get some grant principal forgiveness dollars, and you have to borrow the match essentially from them. It's not going to be 100% grant going forward. So we are trying to take advantage of those opportunities where we can, but we also trying to avoid debt and not tie the future ratepayers of the system to a lot of debt where we can avoid that. So again, trying to make sure that we are respectful of what the ratepayers are paying and take advantage of grants, take advantage of low interest loans where we can, but not overload the systems. Lead service lines flow into the water fund as well. This is a compliance item that the city is trying to maintain compliance with and continue to maintain compliance with the rules both set by the state of Michigan and the federal government. The state of Michigan's compliance date was in 2041 that we had to have all of these out, and you have to continue working on these on a yearly basis, and the city is continuing to do that. The federal government just took the compliance date forward to 2037. So that has accelerated the need to continue to do lead service line replacements and make sure that we are getting those out of the system as quickly as we can, which obviously takes money. The current debt on the system, so the water fund currently has 4 debt schedules, debt issuances that it contributes to. It pays for part of the 2018 capital improvement bonds. And then there are 2 major water projects that are currently under construction, the 2023 DWSRF, which is Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, and the 2024 DWSRF bonds. Both of those projects are intended to end construction in the next couple years. But again, that was kind of what I was talking about before. The city was able to get some principal forgiveness grant dollars from the state. You have a matching loan. It's at a low interest rate. That's how the city is looking to take advantage of those opportunities to get lots of work done at one time and get some of it written off through principal forgiveness or grant. The budgetary side of that, though, you can see in the fiscal year 25-26, which is the second row of numbers, those debt payments will rise from $700,000 per year to a little over $1 million per year next year. And that has been part of the plan and built into the past analysis, but that will be taken into effect in the next budget cycle. The water capital improvement plan, so the water system, just the way it operates, and we can go into this if you'd like, but the way that the water system operates, it's different from the sewer system in the agreements and how the township customers are treated. The water system is a much bigger revenue system for the city, just overall, and we'll see how that plays into the sewer side of the equation on the capital improvement plans. That's why I'm telling you about it now. But on the water side of the capital improvement plan, we are anticipating that over the next few years, there is it $32 million of capital improvements over the next few years. There's a lot to do. This does not take care of the whole system that needs, but this is essentially the staff's best estimate of what needs to be done when, within reason. So there's a lot to do. There's a lot more that we'd like to do, but this is essentially how can we plan for what needs to be done and be realistic with the funds that are going to be available or potentially available, going after grants, going after earmarks and congressional direct spending when we can. But this is the best estimate capital improvement plan that we have right now over the next few years for the water system. You can see at the bottom, we did obtain a grant for the source water study that's going on right now. But we do anticipate a mixture of cash and debt funding to take care of those capital improvements, and we'll continue to look for other grant opportunities. Water grants received, so from 2020 to today, the water fund has received just under $28 million of grants. So again, the staff does everything. This is not our doing at all. This is all up to your staff and how well the staff does for you to try to get grants. So your water team, your finance team, your sewer team does a great job of trying to figure out how to get the grants, how to make sure that you can get funds in with the minimal impact of complying with grants, This dollar for dollar helps maintain lower rates. So that $28 million did not have to come out of the city's water ratepayers and instead came from grant programs. So that helped keep the rates lower for customers. You can see at the very bottom, a baseline estimate was that this has saved the typical homeowner's bill would have had to be $13.11 per quarter higher had we not obtained these grants. So the city staff, again, does a great job of looking for grants and trying to find opportunities to fund capital improvements where we can. Tonight, we're talking about 3 different options for water rate increases. We'll talk about sewer and the overall in a bit here, but this is just the water side of the bill. What we equate it to is the typical homeowner's bill. So the typical homeowner's quarterly bill, which is a state and federal metric, is 1,800 cubic feet per quarter, which is roughly 13,500 gallons. It's essentially what the governments see as this is how dollar-wise it would affect your average customer. Every customer is different. You're going to use some use more, some use less, but this is a metric that is generally used to see how rate increases can affect the average ratepayer in the city of Jackson. The current water portion of the bill for 24-25 is $127.62. The statewide average that we see as a company, we work with many of the systems across the state of Michigan. The statewide average that we see is $135. So we're below that right now. Option 1, 2, and 3 are options for the city the council to contemplate later on in this meeting. We are asking for a decision tonight and discussion tonight, but the option 1, 2, and 3, you can kind of go through and see how this would potentially affect that typical homeowner's quarterly bill. So I'm going to start at option 3. Option 3 would be $3 per month to that typical homeowner, $9 per bill since you bill quarterly. If we did that, this is really the lowest available financial option, and even at that, we're not covering what we need to cover. We would have to spend down much of the reserves. We'd have to delay capital improvements. This does not really get us to where we need to be. It essentially gets us to where we can be financially there to an extent. We can pay our operations and maintenance, but we can't do really anything else, and we're still spending down reserves. We are recommending option 1. We would like council to consider option 1 if that's palatable to council and thus the ratepayers. Option 1 would be a $5 per month increase on the water bill. This would essentially be a 2-year plan, so increases of this year and next year of the same amount. It would get the water fund back to cash flow neutral in year 2 before capital improvements. So again, that option 1 does not cover the capital improvement plan that we talked about. We're trying to be respectful to the ratepayers and try to figure out where we can get grants, where we can get other funding opportunities for those capital improvements. But we also need to ask for a rate increase to cover the operations, the budget, the debt, everything else. So we are asking for an increase of $15 per quarter, so $5 per month, to the typical homeowner's quarterly bill for water. Any questions on water, or continue on to sewer? Okay. Going on to sewer, I'm going to go through this relatively quickly. It's a very similar situation, just with a little bit of difference in how the township contracts are how the township customers are treated on the system. On the water system, you bill obviously the city's ratepayers yourself, and you bill a lot of township users as well. On the sewer side, the townships, generally speaking, they filter in through the township entities. So you have contracts with the townships themselves, and they filter in different ways to your sewer plant. It's a little bit different system. I'm happy to go through that if you'd like, but it's just a different way that how the sewer system was established versus the water system. The key thing to note about that is that we are currently underway with contract updates with those township customers, and that being the entity townships themselves. We are hoping that those contract situations will be finalized by the end of 2025. Same inflationary budget pressures on water or on sewer as water. We're dealing with a lot of the same impacts to chemicals, utilities, contractual services, health insurance. A lot of those same budgetary pressures are happening on the sewer fund. These are smaller funds that feed into the sewer fund, sewer maintenance, sewer replacement. Again, trying to make sure that we continue to have the level of service that's required by our customers and maintain and improve the system. Wastewater equipment and replacement fund. Sewer contributes to the billing and collection just like water. The sewer fund contributes to 2 bond issues, the 2018 capital improvement bonds. The sewer fund pays a portion of that as well, and the 2022 clean water state revolving fund. So very similar to the drinking water side, just on the sewer side. They have 2 debt issues. Those debt payments are going to be relatively the same, assuming that no due debt comes on here soon. But those fiscal year debt payments for the next few years are around $800,000 per year. That's already built into the budget. The capital improvement plan. So this is something that we've addressed a lot with, talked about a lot with the working group and then also with your township partners. The sewer fund is actually a much smaller fund for the city. However, the capital improvement plan for the next few years is $140 million roughly. So if you recall, the water fund was around $32 million, much bigger fund, $32 million in needs. Sewer fund is a much smaller fund and has much greater needs at $140 million. There's a lot of capital improvements that need to be done on the sewer system. We are trying to make sure that all customers, including the township customers, are paying for those improvements and the budget, operations, maintenance, and current debt in a fair and equitable way across the region that is connected to the sewer system. So we are currently working on contracts with the townships. Those contracts, no matter what happens, will not negate the needs for rate increases that we're going to talk about tonight. One thing that you can see from this capital improvement plan is that if you looked at the first draft, the standby generator and the UV disinfection, which are listed in the top 2 there, they have been moved from 25-26 and 26-27 respectively to fiscal year 27-28 due to the budgetary issues of the sewer fund. So we're already having to move capital improvement plans on. We're already having to move those projects on hold for the next couple years because of the issues that we have on funding on the sewer side. So the sewer fund is in need for increased revenues, and it's not keeping up with its capital improvement plan at this point. On the sewer side, the staff continues, again, same thing as the water side, continue to try to get as much grant and earmarks and everything that we could possibly find. The sewer fund is a little bit more difficult to get grants for. There's a number of factors behind that, but the sewer fund has received over the past 5 years roughly $8.4 million of grant funds. That has kept the typical homeowner's bill approximately $4.56 per quarter lower than what would have been required had we not received those grants. The options tonight for sewer, so again, we're equating it to the typical homeowner's bill. So the current typical homeowner's bill for sewer is $62.94 per quarter. Typically, it's actually more common to see sewer to be more expensive in the state of Michigan than water. The statewide average that we see on the sewer side of the bill is typically $150. So again, water was $135 is the statewide average. The statewide average we see on sewer is $150 per quarter. We're currently at $62.94. We are well below the statewide average in terms of the sewer bill. Options 1, 2, and 3 are listed. The same kind of discussion applies. So option 3 does not get us where we need to go. It essentially barely covers the operations and maintenance. We are recommending option 1, which would be an increase of $18 per quarter, $6 per month to that typical homeowner's quarterly bill. In year 2, that would get us slightly above cash flow positive to start readdressing the capital improvements that are needed on the system. We are currently not cash flow positive in the sewer fund. We need to get there so that we can continue on with the capital improvement plan and not have to delay the large amount of capital improvements that are needed in the next few years. The combined, so this is the last thing here that I got to talk to you tonight. This is the combined impact. So taking options 1, 2, and 3 adding them together, so adding water and sewer together, what the combined bill impact would be. The current combined impact, or excuse me, the current combined quarterly bill is $190.56 for your typical homeowner. The statewide average we see is $285. The options 1, 2, and 3 are listed below. I don't think it's always great to compare to the statewide average because there are different reasons why some communities are higher than the statewide average or lower than the statewide average. There's a lot of different ways that systems are set up, how systems are run, but just anecdotally, I mean, you can see that each option 1, 2, and 3 will keep you well below the statewide average that we see across the state of Michigan right now. And that's what I've got. Questions, comments?
Council, what questions do you have?
So you're suggesting that we go with option 1 for both sewer and water,
Correct.
your recommendation?
Yes.
Is there a reason why we wouldn't do one for option for one and a second option for the other? It's just easier probably to,
I mean, as a financial person, we want to be in a good position
Sure.
to address the capital improvements. But as council, if there's no reason to say like I want to do option 1 for sewer and option 3 for water, or whatever, that's completely up to council to make in their motion. We are recommending option 1 to make sure that going forward that the funds continue to stay financially viable and we can continue on with the capital improvements.
Quick question. So it's option 1 on both. That would be a total of like 6 and 5. Is that, or am I doing that wrong?
Yeah,
So like
it's
a total of
$11 a month.
$11
Yep.
combined
Yep, per month, yep,
per month.
yep.
Okay, thanks.
Is there, it's interesting to me that we are unusual in this state in having a lower sewer rate. And I'm wondering if you can enlighten us as to why that is. Is it a question of just how we structure our departments, or is it something that we are doing more efficiently than other communities, or what's the story there?
I think I could research it for you more, but I mean, just off the top of my head, I think there's 2 impacts. Typically speaking, this is not always the case, but typically speaking, when you have large regional systems that are selling service to other communities outside, and I'm talking multiple communities, not just like one township, but you're selling to 5 townships or 10 or whatever it may be for that system. Typically, you achieve economies of scale. You have a lot more spread out system, but you're also getting more bang for your buck in terms of capital improvements, in terms of construction amounts. So you do typically see that those larger regional systems are cheaper than the statewide average overall. So that's one aspect, but I will say the negative side, this is something we've talked about a lot just with the working group, but also I think it's important for council to know, is that I think for a long time, we have not kept up to where we should be financially, to be perfectly frank, because the capital improvement plan shows that. The water fund has a lot less capital needs because it's charging a lot more to the ratepayers, just comparatively than sewer. So it's able to bring in more revenues and able to fund the capital improvement plan much easier. The sewer fund does not bring in a lot of money because the rates are so low, and thus the capital improvement plan continues to get more and more and more. It continues to build up. So our capital improvement plan continues to get higher and higher and higher because we're not able to bring in the revenues to do those projects. So you see that on the positive side, it's a very low rate. You have a regional system. You have a lot of good economies of scale. On the negative side, it's artificially low, and thus it's causing a problem with the capital improvement plan.
So what I'm hearing you say, to make sure that I understand it, is that the sewer rates in particular are low, and we have fallen behind on our capital improvement schedule, in part as a result of that and in part as a result of other factors.
Correct.
And what you're recommending is the option that totals $11 a month. And what you're saying is that that would get us to a point where we are basically like cash flow neutral on operations and maintenance. Doesn't necessarily solve all of our problems for capital improvements, but would mean that we are not pulling from our fund balance as much to cover the basic operations of the system.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Council, what other questions do you have?
We do. Staff does have some additional contextual information to share. We don't make decisions in a vacuum, and the city isn't in a vacuum. So there's some additional data that we can share regarding peer communities, local communities around us, and an overview of the last 20 years on the rates. So, Chandra, you can just describe what we're looking at.
So the first one here is the utility bill comparison. Oh, sorry. Whoop, where's that? Gotta get it there. All right, so the utility bill comparison, this is comparison to us and other communities. You can see we are towards the bottom there in comparison to Bay City, which is similar to the city's demographic, Port Huron, well below the state average. So we're at $190.56 over our overall bill. So even increasing it that $11 a month or the $33 a quarter will still keep us pretty low in comparison to the communities around us. Next slide here, this is the comparison of how we're split between water and sewer. You can see other communities are definitely charging a lot more for their sewer services. You can see the water is in the blue and the sewer services in the green. It's about a third of our bill, where in other communities it's more than half of their bill. Like if you look at Port Huron, it's a substantial portion of their bill.
Chandra, is that just based on how we have had minimal increases on the sewer side? Or
Yes, and each community is going to be different depending on obviously what's approved through their governing body. So yes, it would be. Ours is low because it's been low for years, and we have a couple more slides that can show that. Here's your 20-year rate history for water. You can see that we've had about 7 years on there where there's been no increase. In utilities, that is not a good thing. It may be a good thing for the ratepayers, but not good for the system, because then the system in future years will require higher increases in order to compensate for the lost revenue in those years.
Wait, can I ask? I think this is the first time that, at least I've seen this chart. And does this mean? Sorry, the first column of numbers, the billing charge, that's the. So the billing charge and the readiness charge are a flat.
The
Can
billing.
you help understand?
Yes. Are you looking at the negative on there?
I'm partially looking at the negative, and I'm partially looking at, it looks like the 2009-10 number, we didn't get back up to that until 2021.
That is true. During that time period, it looks like there was a reduction in the billing charge, which is a flat rate per bill.
Okay.
And then the readiness charge, the daily charge based on your meter size.
Okay.
Those rates were reduced significantly to compensate for an increase in commodity, so there was a less impact on the overall bill to the ratepayer.
So the commodity charge is what you pay per cubic
Yep,
foot
per
of
100
water.
cubic feet. Yep.
Okay, and the readiness, and those are flat amounts,
Correct.
regardless of how much you use. Okay, thank you.
Yep. And then here you'll see this is the sewer, same 20-year rate history. We had 5 years of no rate increase. Obviously, you know the system is financially struggling and needs rate increases, and this is where you can see that we're making up for that.
Sorry, could you go back to that
Oh,
last slide
yeah.
for me?
Of course. And you can even see in the last 5 years, the increase in inflation from COVID in construction costs has been substantial, and we those increases, that 3% and 4%, when we had 20% rate increases on construction projects. And machinery and equipment went up substantially, and chemicals. Those didn't increase a small 3 or 4%, like standard inflation. Yep.
Can we have these emailed to us, please?
Yes.
Council, any other questions regarding the presentation or this additional information?
I do have a quick question. So I know we're talking about 26, but kind of based on the charts where the capital improvement plans, does it look like we're going to be anticipating significant increases in next year or the year after?
Our plan for the rate resolution is a 2-year plan, so it would
Okay.
cover 25, 26, and 26 and 27.
Okay.
And we would do another rate study at that time to ensure we encompassed everything.
Okay.
So what we're trying to do is get the funds financially viable and cash neutral so that we can begin chipping away at those capital improvements.
Okay,
And
All
of
right.
course, look for grant money for anything extra that we can do.
okay.
So what I'm hearing you say is that we're currently in a situation where we are basically digging into the piggy bank to pay for basic operations and maintenance. And the proposal is to get to a place where we are not doing that, which will then allow us to be more stable as we seek to do the capital improvements that we do need to do for the
Correct.
long term. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Just waiting to see if there's any other questions.
So is the piggy bank empty, or almost empty?
It's not empty, but we have to maintain a reserve of at least 25% to cover our operations and maintenance, so we always have something in there. We try with the age of our system and our sewer fund to keep it a little higher than that, but we are starting to dive into that, yes.
Just really quickly, I noticed on it's not up there right now, but the bar graph, you had the Village of Brooklyn. Did you include the recent
Yes, I
increase
did.
that they did?
Yep,
like
they
a week
just
or
did a
two
water
ago?
rate increase
Yeah.
effective June 1st, and that does
Okay.
reflect that in there. Yep.
Awesome, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. Seeing and hearing no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Thanks, Erica.
Alright. Okay, that concludes our presentations and proclamations. Brings us down to item number 6. We have no public hearings today, which would bring us to item number 7, citizens' comment. I will start our citizens' comment as usual with reading the rules for speaking before City Council. Number one, each speaker will state their name and address prior to addressing council. Number two, each speaker is limited to up to 3 minutes during the citizen comment portion of the meeting. Council members will not debate or answer questions at this time. Number three, each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council members, to the council and the members of the public in attendance. While any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject, no speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during a council meeting. Number four, should any speaker cause a breach of peace through their conduct, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. Number five, if a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor or refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. Number six, each speaker may speak once under public comment and may not yield their time to others. Mr. John C. King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John King, 203 3rd Street here in the city. I seen earlier you were on the Bart Hawley show and did an interview. Typically, Bart does good news stories and stuff, and not that he's a contractor with the city. He's always done it that way with politicians and other people. So the increase in water rates and wastewater rates was not discussed. I kind of wish the city would somehow find the old Kinder Morgan plant contract. It kind of went poof into thin air, and rates really have gone up just because of that alone. Also not discussed what was the South Side shootings. I know you did the WKHM interview and you tried to kind of suggest, was that one shooting of 4 people a city or a county issue? I guess you're looking at, it's, a few hundred feet over the city line. But certainly it's a South Side problem. This past weekend on Memorial Day, there was, of course, George Floyd Memorial Day kind of things rather than soldiers that gave their life. I seen one with NBC, and part of the problem with that is, there's been the lies, that he said he can't breathe, but when he was first being put into the car, he was saying he couldn't breathe, where likely he was on such a high dosage of drugs that that's probably what was giving him trouble breathing. It wasn't that eventually he was put down. There was on the neck issue over 9 minutes. Anyone that would see the video could see that Derek Chauvin's knee was kind of between the neck and the shoulder blade. Sometimes it moved over to the shoulder blade. So there were a lot of falsehoods. I guess you could say maybe there's a culpability. Maybe they should have known he was really high on drugs or could have handled things differently. So with George Floyd's death, of course, they got to, the movement, we got to have social workers. The city put $1.5 million into the GVI program. So statistically, crime, especially violent crime, hasn't been going down. So, John Willis was on the Bart Hawley show, pushing Juneteenth. There's a couple-month preparation, but stuff like that's not lowering crime. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Tyler Bashore.
Yes, hello, I'm Tyler Bishop. I'm here on behalf of decriminalization of entheogenics. I just believe it is a huge medicine and it should be treated as such, not as something that people should be thrown away for or treated as criminals either. There's so many studies. My friend Dr. Jacob Aday graduated at Ann Arbor College. He is working with psychedelics at the Institute of Science right now. And they have found multiple different studies that help brain injuries, mental health, and diseases in ways that medicine has never helped before. The main reason why things have came to a halt is because the decriminalization is not going as fast as it should. So I'm just asking that maybe you guys look into that and help us get that done. Thank you.
Elizabeth first.
Here I am with my computer again. Hi, everyone. I'm Elizabeth First. I live at 260 Randolph Street. I've lived in the city for 6 years. I wear a couple different hats in this community, but tonight I'm speaking to you simply as a resident and about the gun violence that has occurred. And I don't want to get into the issues between, although there are certainly real jurisdictional issues between whether or not the shootings occurred in the city or out of the city. The prosecutor will take care of that for us. But this affects our entire community, and so I have this short presentation for you. I wish I could show you guys, but they won't let me. Let's get it up here. All right, so this presentation is called Gun Violence in Jackson, and it spans April 20th to May 20th of this year, so an entire month. These are the numbers, and I have a brief proposal. Okay, so by the numbers, as of this past month, there are 3 people dead. John Lush, who was age 45, he died on Orchard Place. On April 20th, Emarian Flowers, who died on May 16th over at the South Ridge Park Apartments on Warwick, which is the city. John Lush is also the city. And then Anthony Glenn Owens Jr., he died on May 17th in Lincoln Court, which is about a few blocks, it's just south of the city, as we know. So 3 people are dead. 5 people were also shot and wounded, including the 3 that were shot on the porch with the late Mr. Owens. There was also an unnamed assailant who was also a suspect/victim and an armed with intent to murder. That was April 28th on Wilkins Street at MLK. And then there was the unnamed 15-year-old girl who was in a alleged breaking and entry on Page Avenue at Knapp, which of course is in the county. But again, this is our community. And I created a little infographic, and I can send this email to you if you would like to see it. Same thing, 3 dead, 5 wounded. All right, so why? Why is this happening? We can come up with a million different reasons, but my theory is that it's because guns are sexy. Guns are sexier to our young people than sex. And guns are sexier than drugs, and guns are sexier than money. That's why they're attracted to them. So my proposal to you, council, is to go in the opposite direction. And this may seem crazy, but there's nothing crazier than our kids killing each other. We need to buy billboard space, which is to say outdoor advertising around town, and you can see these ones all around town with Wygood and Folsom and all these other folks, and asking them, do you want to shoot your gun? Scan this code for free range time.
Thank you,
and then
Dr. First.
Partner with Lead Bunker to let those kids learn how to use their guns safely.
John Wilson.
Good evening. John Wilson, 1045 South Durant Street. Mayor Mahoney, City Council, Community Development Director Shane Laporte, City Attorney Matthew Haggerty, City Manager Jonathan Green. Have any of you read the Detroit News or Chicago Tribune lately? If you haven't, I'll let you in on a little secret. Your latest Hayes Hotel developer, Collier Gibson, LLC, is a modern-day shyster. Collier Gibson and its tangled web of ties connected to LLCs, unscrupulous development projects, past and present, involving unpaid taxes, tax evasion, foreclosures, and developments that have gone into receivership, with even one of their partners, Remo Poselli, was sentenced to prison for tax evasion. Recently, Collier Gibson used $1.6 million of a multi-million-dollar state dollar grant to pay back taxes on one of their developments in Metro Detroit. Mayor Mahoney, you said on a recent WKHM radio interview that nobody ever scrutinizes some of City Hall's multi-million-dollar projects. Yet, they don't scrutinize, or they do scrutinize, residents in action. For your information, I have scrutinized each and every Hayes Hotel developer going all the way back to the first one, who was a local attorney who had big ideas but no money. And it has been the same since with each developer. Question for each of you, starting with City Manager Green, City Attorney Haggerty, Community Development Director Shane Laporte, Mayor Mahoney, and City Council. Did any of you vet Collier Gibson? City Manager Green, you professed your affinity towards Collier Gibson, telling WKHM Radio you instantly felt a, quote, brotherly love, end quote, towards them. Council members Forgrave and Ms. Davis, you both said you were super stoked over the choosing of Collier Gibson as the newest Hayes Hotel developer. In case any of you want to Google this, Google the Detroit News, Chicago Tribune. The Detroit report was titled, Developer Used $1.6 million from Michigan Grant to Pay Late Taxes, Hotel Now in Receivership. Or the Tribune headline was titled, Chicago's Deadbeat Migrant Shelter Landlords Get Millions from City Hall Despite Tax Troubles and Government Debts. It's your call.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Burt McLean.
I'm trying to liven this up a little bit. My name is Burt McLean, 2791 Brookside Boulevard, Summit Township. I am here representing what we have now dubbed the Jackson Area Food Truck Association. It's, dozens of small business owners that make up Jackson's mobile food scene. It's like 27 of us or so. Back in 2018, Food Truck Tuesday began in front of Consumers Energy. It was honestly just a few trucks, some lawn chairs, and a whole lot of heart. It's grown into a tradition, bringing people downtown for lunch, live music, and simple joy of, sharing a meal. What started small has become just a part of a rhythm of the city. It's a Tuesday thing. It's something people look forward to on a regular basis that we've heard about so far. It's more than just a Tuesday thing. It's a community thing. So this year, the trucks are actually taking the lead. You'll see in the consent calendar that we've asked for several Tuesdays, and we are now doing this by ourselves. We're organizing all the trucks. We're basically just making this tradition keep going. Bottom line is, if you look at food trucks, there's obviously businesses that don't like us. There's other businesses that love us. We're not outsiders. We're all your neighbors, and we believe that food brings people together across neighborhoods, across generations, across tables. Thanks for letting me share, and we'll see you guys all on Tuesday. Thank you. Enjoy.
Roger Mulford.
My name is Roger Mulford, and I live at 5696 Shady Oak Lane, Jackson, 49201. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. I want to commend you for your hard work in maintaining a balanced budget and establishing priorities keep Jackson running smoothly and safely. In the 1950s, Albert Hoffman discovered psilocybin, the active ingredient in certain mushrooms. He found that it can profoundly alter a person's perception and mood, often leading to experiences that many describe as mystical. His research has opened doors to understanding the therapeutic potential benefit of psilocybin. Throughout the world today, research institutes, including the University of Michigan, Michigan State University, and Ohio State University, are studying psilocybin. They are finding that it helps treat conditions like depression, anxiety, PTSD, and addiction. Unfortunately, many people suffering from these conditions, these issues, resort to alcohol, an addictive, dangerous substance that is not regulated under the Controlled Substance Act. In Genesis 1:29, God said, "I give you every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth, and every tree that has fruit with seed in it. They will be yours for food." This verse emphasizes God's provisions of plants for our benefit. The United States is known as land of the free, yet we are not free to grow or eat a mushroom. Today we stand before you asking for the restoration of one of God's given rights, the right to possess, grow, and use what God has provided. When will psychedelics be legal federally? Well, we made some progress with marijuana. Ann Arbor decriminalized marijuana in 1974, California in 1996, and Michigan in 2008. Yet at the federal level, they drag their feet and avoid passing bills. 5 municipalities in Michigan have decriminalized psilocybin, all unanimously. More are looking to follow suit. It's time to move forward with decriminalization of ethanogenic substances here in Jackson, because it's our God-given right and the right thing to do. Let's embrace this opportunity for healing and growth and restore the rights that should be ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Nicholas Thurston.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Thurston. I live here in Jackson, Michigan, Ward 5, 410 Van Buren Street, Apartment B, here in the city. I wanted to talk a bit about ways to improve government efficiency and to reduce the city of Jackson's exposure to fraud, waste, and abuse in public resources. 3 minutes really is not enough time to describe a long history in Jackson of fraud, waste, abuse, and bad business partnerships and man-made disasters, but I'll do the best that I can. The MLK Corridor Improvement Authority pamphlets that are circulated basically advertises the South Side as a black neighborhood, almost exclusively. I think this is not a good way to go about doing that. But either way, the South Side was not the only neighborhood inside of town that was affected by urban renewal plans. The city of Jackson had a $30 million urban renewal project that drastically changed the landscape of the downtown area. There was something called the Progress Place Mall that business owners put up about $50,000, $60,000 back then to basically block off a lot of the downtown through traffic and to try to compete against the Paca Plaza that was pulling businesses from the downtown area away and customers away. It was a total disaster. It was very expensive, and it saw the end of the Hayes Hotel and also the Sheridan that used to be over here is now demolished. It saw a lot of businesses leave the area and sort of a redevelopment of other properties that used to be more like a short-term rental that got turned into apartments. Otsego Apartments used to be the Otsego Hotel. There's a number of other stuff. There's a whole lot of pictures. great news journalist. Leanne Smith used to do a news series called Peek Through Time. Recommend anybody to go through MLive and find some of those articles. John King was correct that the George Floyd death was not appropriately attributed to racism, but rather bad business practices, and could probably be blamed on DEI itself. The Minneapolis police chief was a black man who trained his officers in the knee chokehold, and one of the officers involved in the George Floyd death was another black man who joined to increase diversity in the police force. Another one was an Asian American. But they were trained, and there was, if you go and watch the videos, there was no punches, no kicks, no racial slurs, no shots fired, no tasers, no nightsticks, no mace, no violence at all. They pinned him to the ground. He overdosed on drugs and died in police custody. It's sad that he died, but it did not warrant riots and widespread changes to government policies and practices.
Rush Jennings.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for the opportunity to address the Council tonight. Russ Jennings, Leone Township trustee, 651 Napoleon Road in Michigan Center. I'm here today. Back in March, the longtime building inspector for Leone Township announced his retirement. And in April, the city of Jackson graciously offered their services to Leone Township. When it was brought to us in April, that was the only option we had, and our township board asked our township administrator to bring us more options, which he did in May. Community Development Director Shane Laporte did a wonderful job with the presentation. I have talked to him a couple times. We had an option out of a gentleman out of Summit Township and Blackman Township. It came down to the city or the Summit Township building inspector offer. Both were very much would do. My concern here is that I want this council to consider. I'm 58 years old, and I'm seeing more development in the city of Jackson than I have in my whole life. Apartment complexes going up. The 100 Homes project, you guys are talking about another 100 Homes project. You got a developer building 30 single-family dwellings on the east side. I was going by the crossing today. I don't know how much of the crossings in the city and how much is in Blackman Township. A lot going on there. My concern here is, it seems to me the city of Jackson's got enough on their plate. They've got 3 inspectors. I wonder what they're doing now. I'm sure they're busy doing building inspections. Like I said, we had another viable option out of Summit Township, but I want this council to consider all the growth that's happening in the city of Jackson and, you know, to consider if this is a good option. If you guys were to vote no on that, we would definitely be able to go back and take our second options. So I want to reference it's under new business. Agenda item number 10, section K. So I suggest that you guys vote no on that. Think about everything you got going on in the beautiful city of Jackson. Thank you.
Gina Hastings.
Good evening, Council. I'm Gina Hastings, 1231 Highland Boulevard, and I want to address the rising water and sewer rates that have been burdening Jackson residents. Since 2015, rates have surged with a 12% water and 4% sewer increase for 2021 for lead pipe replacement, followed by 8% and 6% hikes in 2023. Then there was a study that proposed 12% rate hikes every single year through 2028. And now a 63% hike from 2024 through 2027 is planned. alongside upgrades to our 100-year-old treatment plant. I agree that the treatment plant needs improvements, but residents can't sustain these increases. Jackson received approximately $36 million in grants since 2020 per the presentation tonight. Well, Detroit secured $185 million in grants since 2022, fully funding their lead service line replacements without rate increases. Why isn't Jackson pursuing similar grants? Representative Kathy Schmaltz secured $2.7 million in grants for water infrastructure, and Sue Schenck has pushed for clean water funding. Can they help Jackson tap into more grants? A few questions. Will the rates just keep increasing? Is there going to be a cap on increases? Water and sewer rates are increasing at a faster pace than inflation. The proposed increases from tonight's presentation amounts to about a 25% increase for city residents. I urge the council to seek state and federal grants, and please provide a cap on rate increases and also a transparent fund allocation plan. Thank you.
William Hastings.
William Hastings, 1231 Highland Boulevard. I'm here to speak tonight about crime in the city of Jackson. Trying to look under the hood a little bit. There's some different narratives about what's going on. Obviously, this has really become the center of public attention since the shootings on May 16th in and around the city of Jackson that left 7 shot, 2 dead, and some other people with very, very grievous, serious bodily injuries and critical condition. So to pull the camera back a little bit, the city of Jackson and all this information, well, the crime information comes off the Jackson City page, but the city of Jackson has experienced about a 2.4% population decline since the year 2020, the last census year. Total crime in the city has gone up 4.6% in this period. So if crime was truly flatline, you'd expect to be at a minimum flat or somewhat down. So we're going to go category by category because there's the big claim that's in dispute is how much shooting crime and gun crime is going down in the city. So, okay. So between 2020 and 2024, aggravated assault crimes, we have an increase of 1.8%. Simple assault up 2.1%. Negligent homicide is all over the place, as are murder. But I found when I added them together, by God, we had 8 negligible homicides and murders in 2024. We had 8 in 2020. So those 2 years got tied for second place after 2021, which had 1 more. So a lot of these crimes, I mean, obviously you're moving within a range, but it's pretty steady. Much has been made of the fact that some of these crimes did occur outside city limits, which they did. The Lincoln Court shooting, just a couple blocks south of the city line. I do think if you were to survey people who lived within, let's say, a half-mile, mile radius of where that shooting occurred, and you ask, well, is this a matter of Summit having a South Jackson problem or South Jackson having a Summit problem? I think people would overwhelmingly choose the former and not the latter. So it's really hard for me to say, to really argue the claim of whether the gun shootings are down because there's not a line item for them in all the city data that is out there. I'm not so sure about that this narrative really has a lot to do with Cheryl Garland, because as you look at when we have some of these very serious gun crimes, such as the young man who was jailed at the end of 2022, who was tied to 4 separate drive-bys, and we just had the Thoroughbred gang tied to a whole bunch of crimes, that it would seem to coincide with those people being arrested. It's kind of hard to do crime in 3 minutes. That we've seen a decrease in them. So I think a lot of this is cyclical, and I think City Council should be very careful to overstate what might just be a short-term trend or progress in crime. Thanks.
That concludes our public comments at this time. I don't see any more slips.
Mr. Mayor, Could I request a 3-minute recess, please?
Sure, is that a motion?
That is a motion for a 3-minute recess.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
3 minutes, let's not turn it into 10 minutes. our seats, I'll be looking for a motion and support to return from our brief commercial break.
Motion to return from recess.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. All in favor say aye. We are back. If you will please refresh your screen so that your voting apparatuses can be properly working. We are now on the consent calendar, and when you're ready, I'll be looking to entertain a motion and support to pass the consent calendar.
So move.
Support.
It's been moved loudly and proudly and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. After you guys all refresh. And the item passes, a consent agenda passes unanimously. That brings us down to item number 9. Item A, East Side Economic Development Update.
No real update this meeting. I'll bring one in June. As I understand it from talking to our economic development consultant, the consultant has wrapped up all their stakeholder interviews, and they will be sharing their preliminary results within the next few days. So in June, hope to have a more robust report with some items to put on the table to consider going forward.
Thank you. Brings us down to new business, item 10. For item A, I'm looking for a motion in support to adopt the resolution establishing the annual licensing fee and non-compliance penalty for electric scooters under City Ordinance 2025-1.
So move.
I'd like to make an amendment to Section 2 of the resolution, which would be to have the second sentence read in full: an additional fee in the amount of $100 shall be paid to the city each day rather than month for each electric scooter which has remained impounded by the city for more than 7 rather than 30 days after notice has been sent to the licensed company notifying them of the impoundment.
Support that amendment.
Just a question on that, and I don't know if we have a direct answer or may be able to find out. How does that compare to what other communities are currently doing?
So the licensing fee itself is consistent with both Lansing and East Lansing. Offhand, Mr. Mayor, I think the penalties vary quite a bit in terms of what is what's the actual punitive penalty if DPW or the police have to take a scooter out of the right-of-way. So I don't think there's any hard and fast number across the board that's consistent. The licensing fees are, but I really do think it's a situation of order of magnitude. Compare, for example, the city of Detroit or East Lansing has a lot more scooters now. Even if Jackson were to have them implemented, I think in discussions, preliminary discussions that the city manager and I have had with the potential vendor, they're looking at maybe a soft launch of about 20 scooters. So I don't think it's a situation where we're going to be inundated in the streets, but I take Councilman Wood's point that we want to make sure there's a penalty that if they're not quick on the draw to pick these up, if they're sitting in the right of way or impeding traffic, that there is a financial penalty to do so. We'd give them 7 days notice. If they pick them up based on the amendment that has been proposed and seconded, then no harm, no foul. But if we have to, DPW's got to pick them up and store them, there should be a punitive penalty. So it's kind of up to you guys as to what that looks like, but I think the $100 penalty is certainly reasonable.
That's $100 a day.
It would be if they don't pick them up after a week. That's correct, based on the amendment as proposed.
So I know you said that the numbers are vary. I'm just curious if there's an example that we might be able to know, because the previous, like currently, it's $100 after 30 days, right? So the jump from $100 after 30 days to $100 per day after 7 seems a little bit more than punitive.
I think that's fair. The reason for that is that I've had some constituents contact me expressing concerns about scooters. They're fine with the scooters in principle, but they don't want to see them just floating around everywhere in the way of everything. I think that's fair. I also think that a reputable company, I think, would be able to pick up their property within 7 days, and I think that we don't want to be storing those things permanently. So I'm happy to have it be voted down, or if folks have other alternatives, we can do that too, but I just wanted to put it out there for discussion.
Well, I think that since we just getting started, I just don't know, and we can always amend the ordinance in the meeting, I guess, I'm assuming. I guess I'd like to see us give it a chance, see how it goes, and if we get a lot, we can come back a month or whatever, a couple months later, 3 months later, I guess 90 days and see what happened and come back then if we need to amend it. That's how I feel.
Could we meet in the middle? Like 50? If they don't pick it up after a week, $50 daily?
I don't know how to find the middle between $100 a month after 30 days and $100 a day after 7 days. I don't know how to find
I meant from 0 to 100 per day, from what Connor was saying. Sorry.
I might suggest.
I understood what your question, what you were saying.
You know, I understand you're posing it somewhat hypothetically, but, you know, we can take this vote up or down, and then you can make your own motion if it fails. Then we can actually take a vote.
So just to clarify, right now, the motion the motion that would be on the floor would be in reference to the amendment to the motion. Is there any questions on that need to be clarified?
The fee, the $100 fee, was that reviewed before this is presented to us? The penalty.
Say that again, so I understand.
The $100 after 30 days. Did we compare that with the other Lansing, East Lansing?
As I say, I think the number is within the realm of other communities. This is a little bit different just because we're not going to have as many. And so I think it's easier logistically for the company to be able to get them. They get a week's notice. It's in writing. They've got a week's time to pick them up. And if they do, there is no penalty. What you're debating now is how harsh that penalty should be if they don't comply. But they would have a week to get them without any penalty whatsoever after getting written notice. It's just how punitive you want to be and incentivize them to make sure they're not in the streets. But I think that the number is proposed is reasonable, and I can see Councilman Wood's point as well on the debate and making sure that, again, any vendor is incentivized to make sure that they're not leaving them and would become a storage yard for unused scooters.
I'm going to vote yes. My feelings are not going to be hurt if other people vote no and we move on. So that's all I got.
Okay. So the clerk will tally and display the vote. And this is just on the amendment itself. So the amendment fails 2-5. And now the motion is on the floor as it stands, as written. Any discussion on that? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. That brings us down to item B, looking for a motion and support to approve the resolution placing delinquent invoices on the 2025 summer tax bills.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Is this the only thing that, the only thing that's moved to tax bills, like the only, I'm sorry, delinquent invoices, is that, what, I guess, what does that encompass?
Thank you, Councilwoman. So this is the only action that is required by council to place these in delinquent invoices on the tax bill. There is a ordinance for the city that endows the council with the power to levy these special assessments. So this is the avenue by which that happens.
Was that a clear enough description for you? I saw your wheels go.
Not really?
Let me clarify.
Sorry, I mean, are these?
What bills are we talking about?
Yeah, are these fines from like?
We just needed.
Yeah, some clarification on what these are. I apologize for misunderstanding the question. These are property cleanups. These are weed mowing bills. These are property demolitions are the larger amounts that you'll see on here. So these are invoices that have occurred and have since gone delinquent.
And this is done annually, just to answer your question. This is done
Thank
every
you.
single year.
Okay.
To vote to place these on the summer tax bill.
Thank you. I was mainly curious what it was. So I'm happy to know it's things like demolition, especially demolitions. Those are a lot of money. Thank you.
Any additional questions, Council? Thank you, Jason. Appreciate you. Seeing and hearing no other questions, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item C, looking for a motion and request to approve a resolution to exercise the city's first right of refusal and take 19 parcels for future redevelopment and decline an additional 22 parcels.
So move.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Vacant lots only, right? Yeah. Shane, you don't have to come up here. You do not have to come up here. You can say yes or no.
Good evening, council. There are, am I on?
You're on.
Hello? That's a great question, Councilman Dancy. There is a party store at the corner of High Street and South Jackson. That is the west corner. And we would like to extract that from the stock. It's been in a dilapidated state for many, many years. Also, Greenwood, there's a property that may possibly be utilized for fire training on residential structures on Greenwood.
Mr. Laporte, there are properties here in 5 wards of the city. What do you have against Ward 4? I'm just asking.
There weren't as many opportunities in Ward 4.
Good try. I'll take my real answer off the air. Thank you.
When I looked at the lists that were on here, I can't find them now, but when I looked at them earlier, there were a couple streets that didn't have numbers.
Streets that don't have numbers or parcels?
Yeah, they've never been addressed.
They've never been.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Laporte.
You're welcome, Mayor.
Council, any additional questions? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will
I
tally.
do, I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
yeah, come on.
Because I was looking at, for that Jackson Street, what did you just say about the ones without the street number?
They weren't yet addressed, so they've always just been vacant parcels that have never had an address assigned to them by the county.
Okay.
Yes. Well, the address? What number? No, if I'm 153 and I'm on the odd side of the street, Matt's got to be 155.
So range is 6, you could have decided.
I've never heard that, so I'll take your word for it.
Seeing or hearing no other questions, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Brings us down to item D, looking for a motion and support to approve the 3-year agreement to engage Reman to provide audit services at a cost of $100,000 for fiscal year 2024-2025, $105,000 for fiscal year 2025-2026, and $110,200 for fiscal year 2026-2027, and authorization for the mayor and the city clerk to execute the appropriate document in accordance with the purchasing coordinator.
So move.
Second.
Oh, she beat you. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
I just have one quick question. How long has Reman been doing the audit? How many contracts have we had with them?
I don't think we know. A number of years.
Okay.
Phil Hones, our previous finance director, was here probably at least half of them were done by Raymond, so I'm guessing 20, 25 years probably.
Okay.
Seeing and hearing no other questions, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Brings us down to item E, looking for a motion and support to receive the actuary valuations as of June 30th, 2024 for the Act 345 Policemen's and Firemen's Retirement Plan, the Employees Retirement System, and the Policemen's and Firemen's Retirement System, and approve the actuarial funding necessary for the fiscal year 2025-2026. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Brings us down to item F, looking for a motion and support for the adoption of the annual budget resolution for fiscal year 2025-2026, and authorize the mayor and the city clerk to sign the 2025 tax rate request.
So moved.
Oh, sorry.
It's been
I'll
moved
second
and
the
supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Brings us down to item G, looking for a motion and support for for the adoption of a resolution and revised non-union wage table. Yeah. Yeah. It's first reading. Thank you.
So you waiting on something? So move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Sorry. Clerk was just giving me some clarification to add on. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Brings us down to item H, looking for a motion and support to approve the award of the contract for the MLK Equality Trail extension on Mechanic Street from Detroit Street to Trail Street to Merlot Construction Company of Milford, Michigan, at a cost of $298,052, and authorize the mayor and the city clerk to execute the appropriate documents.
So move. That's the right one?
Support.
Okay.
Just looking for his support.
She says.
Oh, there she, sorry, didn't hear you, sorry. It's been moved and supported, I'm sorry. Been moved and supported, any discussion on the item? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously, brings us down to item I. Looking for a motion and support to accept the donation of vacant property at 225 West Biddle Street.
So move.
Support?
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, I did not receive that. Would you mind? Thank you.
Right, and it passes unanimously, brings us down to item J. Looking for a motion and support for approval of option number 1 for the fiscal years 2025, 2026, and 2026, 2027 water and wastewater rate resolution.
So move.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Point of information, is that option 1 on the presentation we saw, or option 1 in the packet, or are those the same?
So it should be option 1, which is $11 a month. That was in the revised presentation today, and go from there. Because I do see it says option 3 on my agenda. So staff is recommending option 1 from the presentation, and that's what the recommendation on the agenda should say. I must have an old agenda.
And so the increase would be the $11 a month, which would be the $33 quarterly. And that's for both the wastewater and water treatment.
Correct, sir.
Thank you for the clarification.
So after this 2 years, do we predict, and I know this question was asked, I don't know that I really directly understood the answer to the question. After this 2-year increase, because we're essentially voting to increase it this year and next year, which just gives me some concern in general, because I feel like we have had gradual increases, and granted, like looking at the scale, I understand that like the reason behind why we need to increase. But what I'm curious of is like, you know, this is almost, I won't say that because Chloe is sitting so close to the front. But this is, it's hard for me because I'm just thinking about, in which I do with all the decisions, like ultimately who I have to report to is the 32 some odd number of citizens in the community who this directly affects in their pocketbooks, which are already under major duress right now. And especially more so with so much uncertainty in our nation right now, just in general. So what are we suspecting will happen after 2 years? Is this a situation where we'll have 2 years of increase like we did the 2 years previous, and then have to face another increase at that time as well, based on the amount of need that we have?
So you can bank on increases, because my goal would never skip a year. I think any council needs to look at the costs of delivering the services to the community and understand that we don't make up a lot of the reason for the increased costs. We just have to deal with them. So we like 2 years because as far as project, it does a couple things for us. One, it limits how far out in the future we need to make assumptions. You go much more beyond 2 years, the crystal ball that we don't have and that people might have would be a little more cloudy. It's a lot of assumptions you need to make about inflation, grant opportunities, and things you get post, and the increased costs or decreased costs, if that could ever happen, at like beyond 2 years. So that's one reason. And then the other reason is for project planning. A lot of times on these capital projects that happen at our water and sewer plants, they straddle a fiscal year. And so, and it might, if it doesn't straddle the fiscal year, it might start in the second year. So 2 years is like the limit of where we like to look at now. And it also keeps staff honest, because in these 2 years, the mission is to augment any and all resources that we are graciously given by council through their votes and paid by the water users, to find the grants, make sure we're doing all we can to be successful at that, and not rest on our laurels of water rate increases that are already in the bank and been voted on. So we like 2 years for those reasons. I can't predict what will happen after 2 years, but I do know we will be doing another study. And if the study shows things are bad or worse, and we will present that information to you. If things are better, we will present that information to you. But I think as a matter of like life, of course in life, like you can expect something around inflation with or without a rate study happening all the time. I wish I could tell you, Mr. Mayor, and I know you wish I could give you the answer, but I can only give you that because it's just based on how comfortable I am with what we can see for the future. And to be fair, mindful of what you just said. These are people paying these things. These are real people. And you heard it a lot from Andy, who presented tonight. A lot of this stuff is cut back before we even brought it to council, because we just intuitively know from working in our positions and from being a part of the community that some stuff just isn't palatable. Going after $132 million in capital improvements on the water side in one fell swoop and put it on the backs of our ratepayers is inappropriate. Same on the 50 some odd million on the on the water side. So we just try to make iterative steps, do some work, and see what the lay of the land is, and then go from there and kind of rinse and repeat.
I've got two additional questions. First question would be, what alternative methods have we explored? So I feel like after already having an increase, so many, like I get it, like our forefathers, so to speak, like kick the can down the road. And not that I want to do that, but I do think at a certain point in that 20-year scale, we saw that there was some reprieve given to citizens that may have been rightfully or unrightfully given at that time. I'm not sure what the situation was that caused the decrease in those couple of years, and they definitely don't understand why there was no increase in certain years. But have we explored any other methods of giving citizens a little bit additional time to just deal with the buffer of increases that are happening in general right now?
Deal with the buffer of increases. So the things that we've been researching are kind of old topics and things we're trying to put into place to help people pay their bill and make it more routine. Over the course of my career in the city, we've talked about large increases, and we've also talked about how a quarterly bill can be a bit of a shock to the system on people. And so there has been talk in previous councils to switch to monthly billing, which would make it a little easier, and that's something that we've been working on, if only to make our system more efficient, as far as meter reading going, the technology that is used to read meters and making sure that we can read them quickly or remotely. We've been working on that because it's just a matter of good business to be more efficient. That could help in the future if we could get to a point where we can have monthly billing for our residential customers. That wouldn't change the shape of the pie, but it would change the slices of the pie that have to be dealt with. Beyond that, because our costs always increase, it's hard for us to contemplate a world where we have like a water and sewer rate holiday where nothing is paid or no increases have been contemplated, because what that does is just compounds negatively on our ability to provide the services that we need to provide by law and do them in the safe and healthy manner that we do them in. I do think there's an avenue to do something like other utilities do, to maybe work with outside entities, nonprofits, to help cover, we are a utility, this is straight up a utility, to cover our city utility bills. And maybe we can create a partnership or work with some entity around town to, and find some deep pockets, some philanthropists, to seed something like that, and maybe utilize a nonprofit where people can go to get help on their city utility bills. Just something that's kind of been loosely out there, but never really talked about in general, just now speaking life into it. So that's all I got.
When's this supposed to start? Say this passes, when does this start?
It'll July 1. Would there be any major disruption if I'd like to postpone for a month? I'll be honest. I mean, I just need to get some additional insight on this matter before I just vote no. If council does not want to postpone, I'm completely fine with that. I'm a man who loves to go with whatever the majority is. So I'm going to make a motion to postpone it for a month. Should the motion fail, currently I would be a no vote. I don't want to be a no vote, but currently I would be a no vote, just to put that out there. I don't know what kind of disruption that would cause if we postpone for a month. But While she's walking up to tell the official answer, I believe it's something we've done in the past where we've we have waited a month, and it's been, I mean, it always makes life spicy for staff, but, you know,
I
that's what
believe
we do.
Sorry. I believe per the ordinance, we have to give a 10-day notice in the paper, so we have to have it in time to publish publicly. Is that true, the 10 days? So if we did, we would have to do it in the June meeting, and we'd have to turn it around right away. But after that, we would cut into our next fiscal year.
I can see the amount of stress that I just caused
No,
you by
you're
asking
totally
that
okay.
question.
That's your choice.
And
We can do it.
I
We will make it
appreciate that.
happen.
For me, I would just rather measure twice and cut once than to make a decision and vote no on something that I would love to support. I just need to seek a little bit more understanding on my end. So with that, I would, I don't know if anybody else has a question or concern for Chandra. Thank you, Chandra.
I got a question. I don't know if it's for you, but somebody.
We'll try.
Somebody had mentioned in comments about like a cap. There's a cap on other things. Is there a cap on water rate increases? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, I know Councilmember Wood asked this, and I believe it was answered in the affirmative, but with this option that's proposed in front of us, option number one, that would get us to a point where we are operating and maintaining our system without capital projects. Is that accurate?
For 2 years, we're gonna say.
For 2 years?
Yeah. I believe on both sides.
Okay.
Well, on the sewer side, for sure, on the water side, we might be able to get to work on something.
Okay, thank you.
I would make a motion to postpone to the next meeting.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Discussion?
Yes, I just think, for me, and I know it's hard, and it hits everybody's pocketbook, and I understand that. I just don't postpone it for another 3 weeks. That's when our next council meeting is. I'm voting no. I just don't understand. I just think we should vote for it tonight. Do it, and it's a hard pill to swallow, but I think you have and some other councils been to the water plant, to the wastewater plant, and seen for so many years that hasn't worked, that hasn't been done, just trying to maintain, and the cost is going to continue to go up, the cost to maintain the plants, you know, and I think everything is underground, so if everybody could see all of the pipes and everything, they would have a better understanding. It's not like something like wires up in the air, but if they could see that, they have a better understanding of what staff is dealing with, what we're dealing with, and we're trying to maintain. I think just trying to maintain the system and continue growing and having money available so that we don't go have to dig too much into the piggy bank. So I just think postponing for me is just, it's not an option. That's how I feel. Thank you.
Any other comments? Questions, concerns? Just to add some context, Mr. Vice Mayor, I completely understand your perspective, and I can appreciate it. In fact, my opinion is aligned with yours, except for the fact that what we're voting on does not fund any of the repairs needed at the water treatment plant. It only provides us opportunity to continue to maintain at the current level that we are. So all of those same problems that are there, we are voting for them to continue to be there for the next 2 years with adding additional burden onto the citizens in the city.
My other concern with the water, with the water sewer bill is, and I did ask this previously, But is the possibility of the one hauler system going through, which would then add more to the water sewer bill, is that still a possibility?
I mean, anything's a possibility, but single hauler and all those conversations and ideas are not being talked about right now.
Okay, because that's just my concern, is we just keep adding to
Do they have anything to do
the
with the
bill.
water and sewer rates?
Trash, no.
But they'd be tacked onto it.
But you wouldn't have to pay a private person, so it's like no new money.
Any other questions pertaining to the motion that is on the floor currently?
I do, Mr. Mayor. It sounds like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what your concern is that option one, which would get us to a position of basically being cash flow neutral on our water and sewer system, meaning that we would no longer be pulling from our fund balance to cover basic operations and maintenance of our water and sewer system. It sounds like your concern is that is it that you want more time to come up with like a master plan that will also do all the capital improvement stuff? Because I think that's unlikely to be less than what we're looking at right now.
Oh, I understand. No, what I'm asking for is, essentially, Councilman Wood, when we make major decisions, we have a couple of things that happens. Like if we're making a change to an ordinance, it could be something as small or minuscule as like allowing scooters. We have what's a first and second reading before it passes, and then it takes 30 days before it takes effect, right? And that is going to minimally impact the 32,000 citizens that live in our city on something that will absolutely impact all of the people in our city, like a water rate increase. We've had in the same meeting a presentation, short period of time to consider, ask any questions that we may have, and zero time between public meeting, public facing information, and opportunity for citizens to engage with us as council and mayor to give their personal input on how they feel about this, knowing the details that we now know. And the same scrutiny that staff will probably receive over the next 30 days, we're probably going to receive that, or 3 weeks between now and the next meeting. We're going to receive that same scrutiny, even just under the conversational consideration. What I would prefer to happen is to take our blows now through conversation of why we think it should be voted on one way or another, than for me to have to make a decision right here today and say no, because that would be my vote right now today. Just again, and I'm public announcement, they don't pay the mayor a whole lot of money, okay? So I'm thinking about my personal pocketbook and how whether $33 is a lot of money or a little bit of money. And of course, there is no amount of money worth risking our water infrastructure, right? That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that we have to have some consideration of how this decision is going to impact the citizens of our community. That's my boss. That's who I got to report to. And I feel like we need at least a little bit of time to get some input. At least I do. I need a little bit of time to get some input. Hey, I get 1,000 phone calls. I'll be on the radio in the morning. I'm sure Mark is going to have 1,800 questions about this at 7:30 in the morning. We just recently talked about it. Just from the proposed infrastructure improvement plan that we passed, there was the conversation of, well, our water rate's going to increase. At that time, I said, I'm not 100% sure, right? I'm not sure if water rates are going to increase or not, but that's not what this plan was for. This is a wish list of everything that needs to be done. And so for me, that additional time gives us additional time for communication, and that's all. It may move people one way or the other. I think most people whose mind is set, it's probably going to be set for 3 weeks if it's set tonight. And my intentions are not to delay to come back and try to solve for something that we've seen over the last 20 years has been a moving target. But at least in this moment, to provide proper opportunity for communication to be had between us and the public. And our stance may still stay the same, but at least people will feel like, well, I at least had an opportunity to reach out to my representative to let them know how this would personally impact me and whether I support it or I don't support it. I think there are plenty of people who can see the wisdom in, well, this is going to cost me an extra $33, but it's a 2-year increase. So there's a bit of a difference between saying it's $33 today, but it's $66 tomorrow. And then potentially looking at another increase right after that. Potentially. We don't know because we don't have a crystal ball. But if the last few years are telling of the next few years, which in most cases they are, and we know we've got this huge gap, I think that it's going to probably be an increase. And we even had somebody today say that we should reach out to our state representative and ask if she can help provide some insight on how we might be able to get some money from Lansing to come down here to Jackson to help solve that issue for us. Not saying that that would happen in 30 days, but I think conversations could at least be started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions, comments, concerns on the motion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will actually refresh your screens, please.
what we're voting
Motion.
Motion on the floor is to postpone until the next meeting.
Thank you.
Clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes 4-3. Yep, that's 7 votes.
Yes, congratulations. Good boy.
I'm sorry.
No, you didn't mean to vote yes?
Just tell us what you wanted to do.
To postpone.
And you did it.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We got you. We got you.
Really am okay.
All right, so just so we're clear, this item will come back on our next agenda in our June meeting.
Correct.
Okay. That takes care of, for now, item J. Moves us down to item K, looking for a motion and support to approve the interagency agreement between the City of Jackson and Leone Township for building inspection and plan review services and allow the city manager and city attorney to make minor modifications as may be required.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Could we get a little background, please? And what that does?
Yeah, it's, what we're doing is just an interlocal agreement between us and Leone Township for the city to provide building inspection services. So we're talking about building inspections, not any other inspections, just your building addition. Your plans are approved, you need to have a footing inspection, Brian will go over and do your footing inspection, framing, all that stuff. So we're just sending them over there, we'll get paid, the city will get paid for it. Leone Township will get a great service from our city staff. So it's just expanding our service area. How about that?
Mr. City Manager?
Yes.
Can you clarify if Leone Township has approved this agreement already as a board? Where are we at with that? I'm a little confused after some comments tonight.
I wasn't at the meeting, but I'm gonna look at Shane and make sure I'm saying this right, but this was definitely approved by the Leone Township Board.
All right, thank you.
If this would be this could sorry, wow, I'm really struggling, I have no idea why. if this contract can technically be fulfilled privately and the city does it, does that make it proprietary? So then do we lose like governmental immunity?
Everything stands. This is just a good partnership between two neighboring communities. It's really nothing more than that.
Okay. But I mean, like if something happens,
Like Brian does a bad inspection or misses something.
Yeah, like,
We're,
yeah.
we're no more liable than we are now.
okay, all right. Will this cost us any more money? Will we need to hire any more
No.
people?
No, that's what makes it so great. It shores up our stuff.
Okay. And
It provides a
even,
good service.
even with all the new builds and stuff that we're doing, they have time?
Yeah, we can walk and chew gum.
Okay, well, I'm not saying they can't walk and chew gum.
That's our
We
saying,
do-
though. That's our saying.
All right. And did this already started back on May 1st?
They reached out, the conversations did, and I know that Brian can do stuff individually, and I know he's done some stuff already. They're in need. They don't have an inspector, so he's been
Okay.
called over on a personal basis to do that stuff.
Okay. It just seems odd that we're voting on it on the 27th if it already started on the 1st.
Well, Brian doing it as a part of the city hasn't started. Brian doing it because he's a certified building.
On himself, okay.
Before, yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense, thank you.
So just to clarify the direct question that was had earlier, we don't have no issues with making sure that this work gets completed in comparison to the workload that we have right now. It's not going to be a
Not at all.
additional unmet burden.
City of Jackson residents and people who need inspections will not suffer because of this.
Okay. Any other questions, council? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes 6-1. Brings us down to item L, looking for a motion and support to approve the sale of 1206 Dio Street.
So, you done?
Yep.
So move.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Well,
Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimous. Brings us down to item number 11. Council member comments. Councilmember Forgray.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So there's a list of like 5 things I wanted to discuss, but after the water vote and the decision we made to postpone, I do want to talk about that a little bit. A month is not that long in the grand scheme of things, but it is symbolic of why we're here now, period. I'm looking at all these pictures on the wall, and, this corner over here thought, what's another 2 years and no increase? This corner over here thought, okay, what's another 2 years? I can't do 10%. We get over here, well, I'm not comfortable with 15 or 20. And all of a sudden, we're talking, I'm not comfortable with 30% year over year. But the longer we wait and the longer we kick it down the road, I'm not thinking about myself. I'm thinking about my 4-year-old daughter and the decisions she's going to have to make in the future about what the increase is and really scarily what the damage would be if they don't, right? Because right now we're at the point where we're talking a large increase to just start treading water, like pardon the pun, right? Like, it's not going to get any better. I understand we don't have a crystal ball, but I can tell you with certainty it's not going to get any better. And I'm prepared, and I hope a majority of us are prepared to finally be the adults in the room. None of these people were. They all sold us out. I'm prepared to step up. That's how I feel about it. And I know it's not a popular decision, but I don't care, because I want us to look to the future, and I understand I can't tell people what I'm just one person, but that's where I'm at, and it is scary. It's scary for a couple of reasons, but it's going to get scarier. It's not going to get easier. And it's time to pay the piper, and we have to do that. That's all I have. Thanks.
Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, sir. This Saturday, 1 o'clock, Ward 5. We are going to be meeting at Steve's Ranch. Going to do a short buy your own lunch and a short meeting. Since we do have the extra time, I would like to be able to hear from people on the water rate situation. But then we are going to head out and do a little bit of Ward 5 cleanup. So come prepared, wear some gloves. I'll have some other stuff, some picker-upper thingies and some bags and stuff. But bring gloves, and we'll get to work on Ward 5. And there was something else I was going to say, but I don't know what it was. Thanks.
You said 1 p.m. on Saturday?
Yes, 1 p.m. Saturday.
Councilmember Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We talked a little bit earlier about addresses. Fun fact, in Jackson and in many communities, the evens are on the north and west side of the street. The odds are on the east and south side of the street. So now you can know when you're looking for something where to look. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I want to thank our police and fire chiefs for meeting with me recently and for agreeing to help me out with my first ward meeting, which I'm in the process of getting scheduled. So excited to have that coming up. I also hear and respect Councilmember Forgrave's comments. I think each member up here is up here because we were elected, and I think each of us approaches the job slightly differently. I think that's why this works, and I completely respect the decision by the majority to postpone the decision. And I think that all 7 of us should hear from constituents, and I'm sure that we will, and I welcome that. I will say the comments from Councilmember Forgrave resonated with me. I think problems do not go away if we ignore them. Sooner or later, we are going to have to invest in our water and sewer infrastructure to a greater degree than we are now. And the longer we wait, the more expensive it will get. I feel very strongly about this. I think that there is a very real concern in the community about the ability to pay as individuals. I respect that. There is also a very real concern in my mind about our ability to pay as a community if we don't make these investments and God forbid something happens. And so I think that it is our job as council members to balance those two things. And I think that my mind is pretty made up as to what I think the right decision is for the long-term benefits of the city and of my ward and my residents. I think that each member can make what is the right decision for the people who they represent, and that's how this is going to work. So I don't begrudge anybody the way that they will vote or the decision to postpone. I think that concludes my comments. Thank you all so much.
Councilmember Gunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said so far. I do appreciate the opportunity for people to let this settle in. They've heard it. They've seen the presentation. We had the benefit of getting that information earlier. So I feel like this provides people an opportunity to take that information, provide us feedback, or at least minimally figure out what they're going to do if these rate increases go into effect for the next 2 years. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, we talk about the water rates, and, you know, I know as of now, I guess I can say, we can say that every month, at least 500 shut-off notice go out at the beginning. It winds itself down. And I know by the time it's a little, maybe 100, little 100, whatever that maybe gets shut off. And I understand that. But I know that there are organizations out there that help with water bills. But you don't know what's going to happen in the future with you know, what's going on with federal. But, and I just, and like I said before, it's a tough pill to swallow. But I just think having I believe that we do an outstanding job. Staff do an outstanding job with what they can work with. And I just don't think that people really understand that. And I know we see the dollars amount and that it is something that's hit everybody's pocketbook. But I just think we just have to maintain, continue to growing, doing what we're doing with the water system, water and sewer, and just continue to make up some passes. And I believe this is another way we can do it. It hurts, but I just think we just look at what's going on. I think it just does, this is the right thing to do. It may not feel right, but I think in the future it will feel right. And I think we're going to have less increases, maybe not in 2 years, but I think down the road we're going to see the fruit of what we're doing now, and it won't be as significant as it has been in the past. So I'm good with that. I feel good with where we at, where we're going. And I just appreciate everybody who came out and spoke up and said, you know, their opinion, what they think about the budget. And, you know, I know we do everything we can for violence, so I think the police, I think we do everything we can for violence. Gun violence and all kind of violence, you know, it's everywhere. It's all throughout the country, throughout the world, but I believe we do our best in what we can do to be reactive, to be proactive too. So I just think we just continue to work on that, continue to do that, and I think we have some great leaders at the top and throughout who are trying their best to make sure that the city of Jackson can be as safe as possible. We got people coming into the city, so I just really believe that we can do everything we can to make the city as safe as possible, as much as we can. So with that, Madam Clerk, how you doing? I hope you're doing good. You don't want to talk? Okay. Thank you. Good night. Sleep tight.
Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The water rates, I see both sides, and I understand. But I'm interested in hearing what constituents have to say. So the postponement kind of worked in my favor to give me a little more opportunity to see what residents of Ward 1 feel about the rate increases. Can't guarantee I can get anything on the books for a meeting within the 3 weeks, but it's a possibility. But those residents that reach out to me, I'm not saying that you have to tell me who you are, but I would appreciate you telling me who I'm talking to. Phone numbers are all over the world now. The numbers that come through and the 2 or 3 words, you know, we don't like it, we don't want it. I mean, give me a little bit to work with. And, you know, I'd love to know what constituents that do answer or reach out to me in between these 3 weeks, you know, who you are. And you have my number, and I don't share numbers. I don't give them to anyone else. But it would be nice to know who and whom I'm speaking to when I receive the text messages. Or phone calls. Either way is fine. Or emails, sorry. And I know that the recent incidents, I've spoken to both moms, the mothers that have lost their child. And I know what it is, because I've been in that same position personally. So I know what they're going through, and I have reached out to both of them and done my own little thing with them as a mother that understands. So I'm offering publicly my condolences to them that have lost children. And I also want to wish those, because I've heard from some of those that were injured, seriously injured. I've had conversations with them as well, you know, full, complete, speedy recovery for those. Most of them, a lot of them have been in my home a few years ago, 20, 25 years ago, but, you know, they grew up with my middle son. So just wishing everyone, you know, well, and don't hesitate to reach out if you want to talk. I listen pretty well. So again, my condolences to the family that have lost children, and a speedy recovery to those that have been harmed and injured in these last couple of weeks here. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So, one, just thank you for the support on postponing the decision on the water rate increase. While it doesn't provide an enormous amount of time for us to devise a grand scheme on how to solve this issue in perpetuity, it does at least honor what I feel like we've all been elected for, which is to represent the highest and best interests of those who entrusted us to make these decisions. Part of that, I believe, is communicating with them the decisions that will be made that is going to directly impact their pocketbooks at a time where their pocketbooks are already being impacted by everything else in the world that's already extremely expensive. Not to say that it's an excuse to not pass it. That is not my intentions, is not to stop it from being passed, but to just give more time in a situation that I think time is due for us to be able to have any additional conversations with citizens about that particular topic. I want to say sincere thank you to Chief Simpson and all of our law enforcement who experienced the same thing that we experience as a community, except they get to see it firsthand after it's happened, and have to deal with not only the incident that has happened, but in addition to that, all the family members who have been impacted, and controlling the scene, and all the other things that they're responsible for afterwards, the investigations that have to take place, because they are human still also. I just want to say thank you to you and all of our law enforcement. here at City of Jackson, as well as in our surrounding area, Blackman and Sheriff's Department and everybody else for the job that you guys have to do. But I also want to say thank you for keeping us all updated and informed on what's actually happening, because there's always, nowadays, at minimum, 3 stories. There's what actually happened, what the streets are saying happened, and what Facebook said happened. And then you got what he said and she said. So I guess technically 5 that we have to deal with. So I appreciate being able to call and immediately get straight answers on what's actually going on in our community. I appreciate that from you. I want to say thank you to those who choose to stick around to the end of our meetings, because this portion of the meeting is our opportunity to respond to, or at least most cases, the opportunity to respond to citizen comments that happen at the beginning of the meeting. And I just want to state that I think it is seriously laughable how the same people that don't believe that guns kill people could possibly believe that 3 letters in the alphabet have the ability to kill a man whose neck was knelt on for 8 minutes and 46 seconds as he cried out to his mother in front of a crowd full of people for his life. Just want to let that resonate with you for a moment. For a grown man to cry out to his deceased mother after his neck was knelt on for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And thanks to the expediency of social media, most people got to see uncensored. I would say, how dare you, but that would mean I would have any type of respect for anything else that you would have to say. In response to the question about my comments on the radio debating whether the shootings happen in city or out of city, my intention was not to debate whether it's even important whether it happened inside the city or not, because it's not. My response was to the question that was asked in that moment. After 7 people have been shot, if I, as mayor, could say that the city is safe, I think what's unfair is in situations like that, after 7 people have been shot, 2 of the 3 incidences did not happen in the city of Jackson. 1 incident did happen in the city of Jackson, that one would pose the question to the sitting mayor whether he would say if the city is safe or not. So my question back was, my response back was, like, you wouldn't be able to ask me if the city is safe. You'd have to be asking me, is the county safe? Because 2 of these incidences happened outside of the city limits. Now, in a situation where we're trying to honor a man who was a civil rights agent, the most renowned, city limits matter in that moment. Because on one side of South Street, you have MLK, and on the other side, you still have Francis Street. And so if something as minor and minuscule as where a street name starts and stops that you don't have to turn off of for the street to change, I think it matters whether something happens inside the city or not. But to be quite frank, none of that crap matters. We are talking about people's lives. We are talking about somebody's son, somebody's daughter, somebody's father, somebody's brother, somebody's uncle, somebody's aunt, somebody's mom, children who are impacted, multiple people who are impacted who had nothing to do with the situation that happened. We're talking about the neighbors, the people around the corner, the people up the street, down the street, on that block, the next block, all across the entire city. And everyone, as I stated, has a responsibility and a part that they can play. A mentor of mine told me the other day, we were talking about great leaders, and he was referencing a former mayor who he worked under and how he decided to operate. And I'm more and more beginning to understand why this individual operated like that. And he stated that he would tell all of his staff, all of council around him, don't bring me a problem if you don't have a solution for it. Don't bring me a problem unless you have a solution for it. And meeting after meeting, we sit here and people bring problems to us that we already know damn well exist. Crime happens in the city. It didn't just start under my leadership, under the previous administration's leadership 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Crime has always been a thing. Dumb people get smarter and do more dumb stuff. We know that that's going to happen. How many people are coming to us with an actual solution with the problems that they present to us, that they reiterate to us, because we live here. We have to live through these things. I took 3-4 days to call Mama Tutu about her son passing because I already knew from praying and talking to her a year previous about her son, what she was going to be going through, all the things that it takes after a situation like this happens. All the family members you got to call and inform that may not have got the word that it happened. The funeral arrangements, going back and forth to the funeral home. You got to dress that person. Finish all the details to make sure that that person's life is honored to the best of your ability. You got to find a place to do the service that can accommodate. All the things that have to happen after a situation happens like this. And to me, that's just the busy work, because after it is all said and done, you are then left still to have to deal with the grief of losing someone who, no matter what the world's perspective of that person is, you birthed them, you were related to them in some type of way, you love them for some reason, you still have to deal with the grief. To me, this problem is way bigger than just a bad weekend, but it is something that we as a community have to deal with. Mr. City Manager.
Nothing from me, thanks. Thanks for a good meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.